welcome in. Happy Tuesday? Whoops. Oopsie. All right. We're here. We're ready. You made it on time. Look at you go. I'm not on time. Let's see. Oh no, I forgot my green screen. Hold on. How's that? All right. You saw nothing. You saw nothing. I am actually floating in the clouds. This is where I live. My humble abode. My computer set up in the clouds. Hello, Mike. Hello, Soulblazer. Hello, Lilo. In trauma. Glad you found my YouTube. I don't know which YouTube channel or which part of said YouTube you found me from and have been watching, but I'm glad you did and I appreciate that, and glad you're enjoying. Hello, I have Thanatos and Shumrai and Regis and Max and Uncle and Ryujin and Ultimate's Darkness, and Mike is here for the full stream today. Yay! Was that Apple Market from Mega Man Legends? Oh, I don't know. Let's see. I'm not seeing any Mega Man. The songs that we're playing were from Breath of Fire 4, Legend of Legaia, and Persona, Revelations Persona, and Gran Turismo 2? I don't know. Wait, let me zoom in a bit. Oh yeah, Mega Man Legends Apple Market. Okay, it's there. It didn't show up until I maximized my window because it was such a short song. So yeah. Here we go. Did I manage sides? When do we jack into Mega Man Battle 2? I don't know. Oh, side quests. Oh, we're talking about Final Fantasy 16. I'm like, sides? I'll take some coleslaw, some mashed potatoes and gravy. Maybe some fries. No, I didn't. I went to bed. I woke up. I went to work. I came home. I ate food. And now I'm here. So, no, I didn't do any side quests. I don't really have time to do anything during the week besides work and stream. But I'm gonna have to try to squeeze in side quests at some point. But yeah. Avoid the plot. No, I want to do the plot. I want to do the plot. What's up, Yellow Jacket guy? Hey, Bergman. You watched my Blade Runner reaction? I'm glad. Couldn't help but think of my Detroit Become Human playthrough. Ooh. Both really... both stories that really moved me very deeply. Blade Runner and Detroit Become Human. Hope you liked that. I was really excited to share the Blade Runner reaction with everybody because I really enjoyed the movie, and I thought people who are a fan of the movie would also enjoy my reaction. And yeah, I was just so excited about this movie, and I watched it like over a month ago, but it's just been a struggle trying to get it up on YouTube without any copyright claims. But I did it. Fingers crossed. There's still a chance. There's always a chance. But I've never like edited a video reaction so fast. Like, I watched the movie the next day. I was like, I need to do this. Like, let's edit this. Let's get this out. Like, I was just so excited. I was like, I want to, like, you know, hear people's thoughts and go, you know, deep dive into this. And then I was getting hit with the claims, claim after claim after claim. Yeah, I'm not gonna be editing the Mega Man Battle Network for the main YouTube channel. Just keep it as a casual playthrough. I could be wrong, and I have been before. I didn't think that the Link to the Past playthrough would get views, because in the past, when I did like posted a game that's not like an RPG, that anything that's not like an RPG with like a story seemed to get like, and again, like, of course, you know, the Zelda games have a story, but it's not the focal point, I guess. At least not in my opinion. Anyways, don't cancel me. Yeah, they just did really poorly on my channel. So I'm like, if it's a platformer, if it's, you know, I mean, Mega Man Battle Network has a story, but I don't know. I don't think that people are gonna like flock to that playthrough, but I could be wrong, but we'll never know. But I have been wrong before. I didn't think anybody would watch GTA 4, and it's like one of my biggest audiences, and then I didn't think anybody would watch Link to the Past, and that one was really big too. So anyways, I underestimated Star Trek for sure. For sure. Hey Ghetto, how are you doing? And hey Max. Wait, did I say hi to you already? I don't remember. Oh, I did. Hey Wonder Chemist, Khan. And hey Psycho. I forgot Zelda fans are hardcore. I didn't know that Zelda fans were that hardcore, but now I know. Now I know. I'm keyed into that. Anyways, we'll just be focusing on Final Fantasy 16 on YouTube, and then the Somnium Files Nirvana Initiative, and just go with those. I need to like have some games that I don't edit, because I don't want to like overwhelm the channel with too much content. Like, somebody was like, you should put your Final Fantasy 16 videos to like 2 hours each, otherwise the playthrough is going to be too many episodes. And I'm like, yeah, but I don't think I can realistically expect people to watch 2 hours every day. It's like too much. I feel like it's too much. I don't know. Some people have the time, but most people don't. Your favorite YouTube channels are ones that have a new video for you to watch every day. But what if they were 2-hour videos? What then? Like, for daily videos, I feel like there's a limit to the length that it should be. Right? I don't think that you should be posting like... Which I don't think anybody could realistically, but like 5-hour like retrospectives on like a game or a movie or an anime or whatever. every day. You work from home, so you can just play a 2-hour video? Yes, definitely some people can. You could easily have that on the second screen. Okay. Well, it's, you know, YouTube is it's something. It's definitely a journey. Trying to figure out everything. It's a disease. Balancing act, yeah. Or you just treat it as a podcast. That's why for my streams, I definitely try to make it as listener only friendly as possible. That's why I read everything out loud. That's why I try to, you know, I try to speak loudly, clearly, enunciate my words. I try not to mumble or talk under my breath. A lot of people have expressed appreciation that they can understand me and hear me without having to put on like subtitles or something like that to know what I'm saying. So and for reading stuff out loud, people are really appreciative of that too. So I try. As a person who listens to streams more than watches them, that's something that if someone's playing a game, or if I'm trying to watch a playthrough of a Let's Play or something on YouTube and they don't read like dialogue out loud when it's not voiced, then I just click away because I'm like, I can't sit here and read it, you know? I can't sit here and read it. I'm trying to just listen. Okay, so Final Fantasy 16. We're going to finish one side quest that you guys suggested that is a good one to do on stream. And then we're gonna get to the main story. And I will try to do some of these other side quests before we finish the game, but you know, we'll see how it goes. So let's do it. We wanted to do the one all right, let's see. Rutherford, this one. Smooth like butler. Wanting to learn more of the state of the realm following the fall of its mother crystals and the darkening of its skies, Lord Byron Rosfield does what any man of means might, task one of his servants with the endeavor. That servant, however, now wishes to speak with Clive and urgently requests an audience in Martha's Rest. Okay, so that's where we're headed. Martha's Rest. We've been there many times. We know it well. Oh! Hey, Doom. Sorry, yeah, I'm totally a new streamer. Let me just do my copy pasta here of the Discord live alert. Sorry about that for those of you that tend to rely on that as your notification to get your butts in here. All right, well, you didn't miss anything, Doom. We just got into the game. What do you mean you gotta go? Shamra, you're not allowed to leave. You're not allowed to leave. Let's talk to Martha. I mean, we're not talking to Martha. We're talking to Rutherford. What a name, Rutherford. In hand.
Martha's got a big heart. It's
she does.
Pity there's so many who are happy to take advantage of it.
Dude, Martha's one of the, like, best people in this game.
Sorry, but if you're looking for a bed, there's none to be had right now. We're
Can I just
already sharing
curl
our
up
cots
by
with
the
masterless
fire?
bearers and those who fled the floods, and more seem to wash up at our door every day.
Now bearing good news, I say. But if it is true, we might finally have a chance to get our country
Where is this guy? He must be upstairs. Let's say hi to Martha. We can't come in here without saying hello.
Fate seem bent on driving me from my inn. But if they want me out, they're gonna have to try harder.
Especially if I have something to say about it. Here he is.
My lord Marquis, is that you?
That is me.
It is you. Then you received my letter. I am Sebastian Rutherford, chief steward of your lord uncle's estate.
Of course. We met once before.
Yes, my lord. Thank you for coming.
And what was so sensitive that you couldn't put it in writing?
1,000 apologies, my lord. I did not mean to offend. I merely...
It's all right. Continue.
I am here at Martha's Rest, at the behest of your lord uncle.
You said you need me to kill
Tasked with learning
something?
what I am able of the realm's current state of affairs.
What do I need to
What
kill?
I've learned is grim. The fall of the Mother Crystals has left Storm in a state of utter disarray. The subsequent darkening of the heavens has only made things worse. Akashic attacks, once unthinkable, are now commonplace. The gears of governance have ground to a halt, and without a steady hand on the tiller, the realm threatens to drift into utter chaos. Your lord uncle, however, believes there is a way to avoid this fate, and is determined to see it set in motion.
That sounds like quite the undertaking.
It is. Hence my having enlisted the aid of several colleagues serving the 7 high houses. Alas,
Alas.
I have lost contact with 2 of those colleagues already. They are both able-bodied and trained in the sword, yet in these dark times, even that may not prove sufficient to keep a man safe on the road.
So you want me to find them? I'll need to know where they went.
One I sent to investigate the Republic, the other the old Imperial capital of Oriflamme.
That doesn't exactly narrow it down. I suppose I'll start in Dalamil and work my way east.
Thank you, my lord. I shall pray for your success and safety.
Alright, I can see why you guys said that this would be a little bit of a time-consuming quest. We have a couple places to go. And we want to start by heading to Dalamil, which I always am looking forward to an excuse to go visit Dalamil. I guess it would be... I think this is my favorite. Well, I like Lost Wing, but I get lost a lot in Lost Wing. Lost Wing is really nice, but the layout confuses me. But I really like Dalamil. It is a fitting name. Hey Lefty, how's it going? You should already be in bed. Well, Bergman, if you want to stay up for this quest, but I would highly urge you to go to bed afterwards.
It's not going to be easy finding one man in an entire republic. Let's hope someone here's seen something.
True. Truer words have never been spoken, Clive. 7 High Houses, another thing they borrowed from Game of Thrones. Ooh. I don't remember that part of Game of Thrones. stuff like this is why you don't need everything voice acted. It takes forever. Well, at least luckily you can skip the dialogue if you want. Like you could just read it on your own and just skip through. That's what I was doing with some of the side quests I was doing off stream like a week or so ago. Whenever it was. Cause yeah, sometimes listening to the dialogue, and especially if it's just kind of like not really important to the story.
The gentleman of the town guard.
And they're just saying a lot of, using so many words to say something so small, you know? Very, yeah. They take like 8 paragraphs to say, kill this thing for me. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're not doing main quest yet, but very soon. Very soon.
Someone's got himself in trouble.
Is this our guy? It looks like we have arrived just in time.
So you can start by giving us all the coppers in your purse.
I already told you, I have nothing.
Then maybe we'll take that pretty outfit and the steel you're wearing.
Please! These men are trying to rob me!
I'll deal with this.
Thank you.
You that one's master, then? If you'd kindly pay the coin he owes us, we can pretend you didn't draw your blade on Republican soldiers.
Or you can go back to your garrison and I won't report you to your captain.
Oh, you're more than welcome to. He hasn't had many visitors since we slit his throat.
I hadn't even drawn my blade yet. I guess they saw it in my eyes. Clive does have those eyes. They're full of bloodlust. Enemies slain. I have a question for you guys after this.
I'd expect as much from Hugo's faithful, but these were men of the fist.
Much has changed in the Republican army since they lost their rock.
You've seen this kind of thing before, then?
Many times. I was sent here to observe the situation.
You're one of Rutherford's men. He sent me to look for you.
Well, then you have my thanks. I fancy I could defend myself against one, perhaps two, but a whole regiment. I arrived in Dalimil several days ago, but when I called upon the captain of the local garrison to make inquiries, his men confiscated my effects and locked me in a cell.
The captain is no more, and his men make the rules now.
Fortunately, I was able to bribe my way free, only to be stopped again by those soldiers you so kindly dispatched.
What of the Fist's central command? Surely they wouldn't allow such lawlessness amongst their ranks.
I would imagine they are unaware of it. Most of the army has fallen back to the capital and hunkered down behind her walls. Those who weren't recalled now rule the fringes unchecked, answering to no one but themselves.
Then it's worse than we imagined. You should return to Rosaria. It's not safe here.
I'll find a caravan heading north. You won't mind if I borrow one of these soldiers' coin purses?
Yeah, go ahead, I guess.
Not at all. Now, to find this second associate of Rutherford's. If he was
To
bound for
Oriflamme.
Oriflamme, I'll start at Northreach and see if I can pick up his trail.
Okay. Oh, so I was thinking about the iconic feats or whatever, these things that come with each icon. And the fire one is like that dash, right? I just wonder, like, what's the... I never thought it was... I felt like it's kind of redundant because I have this thing. What do you guys think? Maybe it goes farther? Like, what would be the purpose of having it? Of wanting it if I already have this? Because, like, I just use this all the time. This is, like, the best thing ever. Anyways, I was just wondering if there was something I didn't know. Hey, Resurrect, thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you, thank you. How you doing tonight? Teleport to flying enemies? Okay, it allows you to air combo? Ah. Oh, okay. So you can't really get up in the air at all, aside from like using that. I mean, you can jump, but you can only jump like that high, so I guess not. Yeah, it definitely goes further because it definitely is kind of short range. But for my purposes, I feel like it's been working out for me for the most part. Okay, let's head up to Northreach. And you can execute it quicker than a lunge. Okay. All right.
There's a lot of road between here and the capital. Rutherford's man could be anywhere.
Cause like, when I think about which ones I want to have, ultimately, it's like I definitely want Deadly Embrace. I also like Titanic Block, but then for the third one, there's not really one that calls out to me at all. Definitely not this one. I don't know if you guys use this Wings of Light thing, but holy shit. I don't think it's for me. The Bahamut one is super good. But what, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I don't understand it right. You combine it with taunt? Oh, I have never used my taunt. Anyways, we can talk more about that later. It doesn't feel good to you. It also doesn't really feel good to me. Because you have to kind of just like float around for a bit. And do nothing. I don't know. Straight-laced gent. Why did I think it said shit-faced for a second?
What happened here?
If you're with the others, they've already relieved me of my belongings.
I'm not. I'm looking for someone who was sent here by a man named Rutherford.
And then you found him. I'm Alistair Rockford, attendant to the Lady Ariane of House Wellesley.
Of the 7 high houses of Rosaria. It's been a long time since last I saw my great-aunt. Is she well?
My Lord Marquis? Yes. Yes, she is. The Lady Dowager has granted me leave to assist your Uncle Stuart. I was on my way back from the old capital when I saw some villagers being robbed on the road here.
Bandits?
They looked more like field hands, but it didn't matter in the end. I did what I could to help the victims, but all it earned me was a pommel to the temple.
Which way did they go?
South, toward the gate.
All right. I'll take care of them. Founder knows I've met enough of their kind. You head back to Northreach, visit the Vale, tell them I sent you.
Thank you. I shall. Founder be your shield.
If you do precision dodge, it casts faster. So you can dodge during that? I guess my question should be, what can you do whilst you're charging the Mega Flare? Just like move and dodge? You can use satellite? What the heck is satellite? Hi Eddie, what's up? How you doing? I mean, I think Andrew, I mean, I don't want to sound too high on myself or anything, but I think I'm pretty good at the precision dodging. You don't think it's worth it? I guess it just depends on your play style. You can cast Impulse while you're charging. Taunt an opponent to force them to attack you, which you dodge, and which gives you a bonus charge. Oh, I see. I get it now. Alrighty.
They just couldn't resist, could they?
This one's ours, pretty boy.
Nice try.
I don't know. I just don't like the idea of not being able to attack or anything for so long. I feel like I get antsy. I want to hit something. Arena here. I get a better angle on this guy. I can't see him attacking me. Well, he's pretty much dead anyways, but yeah.
Make for the town while you can. There may be more bandits nearby.
You don't need to tell me twice. Many thanks, traveler.
This looks to be all of them.
I thought I told you to make for the Vale.
And stand by as ill might befall the heir to the ducal throne.
It's just Clive, and I'm fine. Which is more than can be said for you.
I will survive.
Strange that the garrison wouldn't intervene in such a brazen attack so close to their gates.
The garrison have their hands full inside the city. Some days they don't even send out patrols. There are few hands left to work the fields, and even fewer to transport the grain. The market stalls are nearly bare, and the price for what remains is exorbitant. It's not uncommon to see a fight break out over a crust of bread. When I said the ones who attacked me didn't have the look of bandits, I meant it. They were probably just desperate.
Rockford, listen to me. If you are to continue your investigation, you first need to seek the attention of a healer.
Of course. I shall return to Northreach right away. But allow me to thank you first. Had you not happened along,
Don't thank me. Thank Rutherford. It was he who sent me.
I suppose he'll be wondering where I've got to. I shall send a pistolus as soon as I'm able. Good day.
Well, I'm glad we found both of them before something real bad happened to them.
My uncle certainly has his work cut out for him. If it isn't already too late. I should go and tell Rutherford that his colleagues are still in one piece.
Martha's Rest. That's where we were going. I think it's really cool that there's so many different combinations of abilities that you can equip. At first, the combat didn't seem very in-depth, and it just felt kind of bland and not really too much agency with how you can do things, but there's definitely a lot for sure.
I see you're still here.
The Rest's location affords a constant flow of traders, and with it, a constant flow of information. Speaking of which, I received word from both my associates. They have resumed their investigations, thanks to you.
Yay.
I only happened to be in the right place at the right time. They both seem to think the realm's prospects rather grim.
I am afraid that grim would be putting it lightly. Storm is in crisis, and if we are to free her, we must work quickly. And we must work together. Such is your Lord Uncle's wish.
As it is mine.
Woohoo! We did it! Thank you, Samurai. Flare breath. Oh, we didn't like flare breath. I wasn't a fan of the flare breath. Okay. To the main story then. Okay. An army of Akashic have gathered at the walls of Canver, trapping Mid, Byron, and Gav in the Free Cities, where they scramble frantically to complete work on Mid's ship, the Enterprise. Fearing the worst, Clive makes their friend's rescue his top priority. Yeah, we really prioritized their rescue, didn't we? We sure did. Fighting that dragon and all that other stuff. All right, let's go help our friends. Come on, team. Let's do this. It's fun having Joshua with me. Little brother.
Ah, Lord Rossfield. I'm afraid I cannot stay to talk. I must leave to collect the reports of our spies in the field. Now that you wear the Phoenix down, our brothers and sisters will no doubt reveal themselves to you too. Farewell, my lord. And may the firebird's flame burn ever in your heart.
I forgot we talked to her before we started doing the side quest.
There are horrible beasts down that way. Ashen terrors who'll kill you as soon as look at you. Would that I had the strength to kill them first.
Oh yeah. I want to see what's in here. Wait, did I already go in here? I don't know. Elgaroo. Oh, nice. Yep, made quick work of that guy. Don't think I see much else. Is there a chest or something? Anything? Guess not. Hello, Wonka. How you doing? Hey, Ultimate Hunter. Welcome in, you two. And anybody else who's joined, who's lurking, I appreciate the lurks. I appreciate you being here. I'm going the wrong way. Just FYI. You want to go this way? You have a vacation starting tomorrow, Wonka? That's exciting. I have a vacation from my day job coming up, though I will be working. Oh my gosh, I'm going the wrong way again. I will be working frantically to get a bunch of stuff done for the content creation side of things during that week. We'll see how much I can get done. I think I might try to map out exactly what I want to try to do.
Orcs. Then let us be rid of them.
Okay, bro. Oh. Messed that up.
Nice try.
Hey! Dog's biting me in the butt. Maybe you can finally catch up on all the bunny videos. Which videos are you trying to catch up on, Wonka? Or when you say all of them, do you mean all of them? Damn. That was flying high.
It's over.
Get out of my way. I gotta go see my friends. You saw what it said. We wasting no time to help our friends in need. We didn't spend a whole stream doing other random things.
Clive. Smoke.
Is the city fallen?
Well, that can't be good. A new obelisk. That's exciting.
The free men are still holding their own then.
Do we have any idea where Gav and the others might be?
There's a warehouse near the docks where we agreed to meet if there was any trouble. We should hurry.
That was bugging the heck out of me. That reminds me of something. How Joshua said free man. So I'm reading Dune, right? How do you pronounce these desert dwellers? Is it Freeman or Fremen? How do they say it in like the movies and stuff? The second? Okay, good, because that's how I've been saying it to myself in my head this whole time. But I wasn't sure. It's in reading sometimes is interesting because you just have to kind of guess a lot of times on how to pronounce like names of people and places. Like there is, I think the first instance this ever happened to me was there's a series of young adult books that I read when I was in like elementary school or maybe middle school or something. And it's part of the Enchanted Forest Chronicles. And it's like a 4-book thing about dragons. The first one is called Dealing with Dragons, and there's a princess, the main character, she's a princess who doesn't want to be a princess and decides to go live with dragons instead. And her name is Cimorene, and I never knew if it was like Kimmerine or Cimarine, and it always bugged me, and to this day I still don't know. You read the 6 Dune books every year for the last 25 years? Really? That's so much reading. Jeez. That's really cool though. I wish I could do that. Wish I could do that. In a song about Dune by Blind Guardian, they say Freeman, but they're German. Maybe they have no idea. Maybe. I don't know. I would pronounce that Cillian, Max. Cillian Murphy. There's also a character in another book that I read back in the day when I was younger, back in my younger years when I actually was able to get through reading books. And her name is spelled Cirocco. And I always pronounced it like Scirocco, but I don't know if that's correct. I don't know if it's like Sirocco. I don't think it's a hard C on that one. Caraco? Doesn't seem right. But yeah, I don't know. Okay. Anyways. Oh, it's pronounced more like Killian? Really? Interesting. Very interesting. How would you pronounce? I would pronounce it Shirsh. What shirt? Yeah, I think I would pronounce it Shirsh. Or maybe church? Church? Oh, church? Maybe. Actually, church seems right. Church. What do you say? You usually say Shersh, but you think it's Shershe. Oh, gosh, I don't know. Okay, anyways. The Free Cities of Canver.
Sounds like thunder.
When did we learn that password?
You're
I don't
late.
remember.
We're starting to think you'd stumbled off a cliff.
Hey, Gav, you're okay.
I seem to recall that was you, Gav.
Good to see you. Any trouble on the road?
Nothing we couldn't handle.
I knew you'd come. Is that who I think it is?
Yes.
Allow me to introduce my brother, Joshua.
Clive's told me all about you. Or even listening most of the time. Name's Midadol, but everyone calls me Mid.
My lady.
What a charmer. That's Mid. Get used to her. Oh. Oh, another heartfelt reunion.
Uncle Byron.
Aww.
It's really you. I never thought I'd see the day.
He thought both of his nephews were dead, and now they're both back from the grave.
So these Akashic are being controlled.
That's what it looked like.
By Ultima?
Empty eyes, eerie blue glow. No doubt they were turned, but silent as monks, every last one of them.
Your man here speaks true, Clive. We saw more than a few in this city. They moved in ranks with a purpose, and not of their own.
Ultima's doing.
Perhaps.
What of the city? The people?
Dead, mostly.
Mostly, but not all. A handful managed to lock themselves in their villas before the Horde arrived. Some in the Merchants' District to the west, and a few others on the far bank.
If the Akashic stumble across either hiding place, a few bolted doors won't hold them for long. We need to find them. And quickly.
What do you propose?
We split into two parties. I will make for the Merchants' District, while you look to those across the river. Mind keeping an eye on my brother?
Not at all. We find the villa and try the servants' entrance.
Understood.
And what of us?
Mid, is she fit to sail?
The ship, the Mithril engine could probably do with a few more tweaks.
Then you better work fast. Even if we do reach the survivors in time, they'll never make it to the hideaway on foot.
You leave that to me.
See that Mid doesn't get herself into trouble, would you?
Think I can manage that?
I'll keep him safe.
Looks like you stuck with me, Byron.
That's Lord Rossfield, you little gutter snipe!
Oh, I can't wait to see the Enterprise. Completed, up
Shall
and
we then?
running, ready to go.
And you keep Clive safe.
Be careful. Both of you.
You too.
All right, Torgal. Let's find those survivors.
Yes, let's. Okay, I'm excited to be back to the main story here.
They don't stand a chance against those things.
Oh. Shit.
They've been routed.
That's not good. Oh, watch out. The music is here. And gone just as fast. Here we go. Here it comes. Oh, you bitch. Ugh. Nice. I still just love the Titan abilities, especially the punch. So much. The damage it does against a staggered enemy, it's staggering. You can't ban me from my own stream. It's not how it works. I can make all the bad puns and jokes that I want. Little straggler.
The Royal Army. There's nothing but monsters here.
Well, I assume they got fucked up. They got royally fucked up. Or which way do we want to go, Torgal? Show me the way! Yes, dog. My combination of a blind just and an impulse actually works pretty well. Yeah, I thought it would. When I actually looked at what blind justice does, because when I first tried it, when we first got Ramu, I was like, I didn't really care for it. And then again, recently when I was looking through all my abilities and kind of reading more in depth, I was like, okay, what does this do again? I forgot. And when I read it, I was like, that would be really good with something like a, what's it called? Impulse or whatever. You just have to have enough time to get this off properly, which can be difficult to pull off sometimes. Oh my goodness gracious me. Oh, he attacked again. Kept going.
Let's roll that try.
What does it actually do? Let's read it. Okay, blind justice. Launch a barrage of ball lightning at one or more enemies. Targets are determined by locking onto them before executing the ability. Ball lightning will affix itself to a target and be caused to discharge, dealing additional damage if the target is attacked. So if you hit a lot of enemies with it, it's good to have some kind of ability that can hit a lot of enemies afterwards as a follow-up. Okay. The discharge has a chain lightning effect. Oh, yeah. That too. See all that stuff happening? It's not a lot of damage per se, but it does do some pretty good will damage, I think. And yeah, it's just like it's a DOT. I like those things. Those are fun. Hey. I think it's really fun to try out different combinations of abilities in this game. Alright, what's through here? It's like, could be something big.
That sounded big. Joshua and Jill must be busy.
So I like to do like this, and then we can go with the, this thing to kind of gather them up a bit. And if they're grouped up a bit, I think you could follow up with one of these. Should take out a lot of things pretty quickly. Ooh, look at this guy. Oh my god, I didn't know he did ranged attacks. Oh god. Ooh, he's scary. Now for this guy, we're gonna want to try to stagger him. So I'll use the Titan abilities pretty liberally because I think they have a pretty short cooldown. Gouge is like my really good will attack. Does a lot of will damage. Crazy amounts. And then once they're staggered, lightning bolt, Titanic abilities are coming back. More stagger damage. Oh no, just kidding. Oh my god. What in the world is this guy doing? Oh god, heal. Oh my gosh, did he dodge out of that? No way. Oh man.
This is the Agora, where the city's leaders gather. There may still be survivors inside.
Whew, that guy was something else. He kept dodging out of my attacks. Did you guys, what did you guys use for like your willpower damage? Ooh, oh, flare breath? I don't care about that. Cause like, do you see this shit right here? Look at all that. Look at all that willpower damage on this thing. Gouge is pretty good. Pretty good. Upheaval, I should be using upheaval more too. Gouge mostly. Impulse and Wicked Wheel. Wicked, yeah, the Garuda abilities in general seem to do a lot of willpower damage. Break time? Oh, maybe before we get into this building here? Okay, that's a good idea. I didn't even realize the time. You prefer wheels since less time commitment? Yeah, that is a good point. It does, oh, it has like less as far as the star rating goes. That's why I picked Gouge, but Gouge is a pretty long attack. Okay, let's save. Let's take a really super duper quick break. Also, if you didn't follow my YouTube channel where I'm posting the playthrough of this, then do that. It's my YouTube channel is Bunny Tales and my React channel is Bunny Tales Reacts, and I just posted my reaction to Blade Runner, the original Blade Runner today. Or if you're a Trekkie, I'm going through the original series of that, just started that very recently, so make sure you guys check those out. I know most of you are already following those, but I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. And Steppen is here. Hi, Steppen. How are you doing? Welcome in. Thank you, Max. All right, let's get right back into it. Oh, I forgot I turned this off. Here we go. My little red dot. Okay. We back. We're here. We're doing it up. We're kicking ass. We're having fun. Let's continue. Thank you guys for being here.
Where are they?
Hello?
These creatures. Does Ultima's reach extend this far? What the hell is going on here?
Where is your master?
New enemies approach.
What does he want?
You've caused quite the commotion.
Oh, it's this guy.
But then I would expect no less from you, Muthos.
You again. I don't believe we've been introduced. You were in my family's crypt, and now you're here, with an army of Akashic thralls.
Manners, Lord Rossfield? They are men, like you and me. Albeit ones unburdened by the wills that drive our kind to madness.
How about I unburden you of some of your emotions too?
They are divine.
What?
And they are all that remains in this once raucous city.
You'll pay for what you've done.
As you wish. I confess I have been very much looking forward to this.
Are we gonna fight him?
Pardon me this indulgence, Your Majesty. The vessel shall not be spoiled.
Oh, we're gonna fight. Oh dear, we gonna fight.
I am Statelier of House Harvard. And you will yield. Or not. As long as you don't hold back.
Oh, he's fast. Okay. What do I do with this ring of fire around me?
Nice try.
Oh my lord, he's so small. And he's gone. Great. hurry, quick!
Little trick.
You will forgive me if my performance seems uninspired. It is just that I expected so much more from our chosen one. Perhaps this will kindle your flame?
What do you mean you expect more?
A gift from
Kicking
my
your
liege
butt.
lord's armory. Gungnir.
Whoa!
Closely, Mythos.
The hell is this thing? Oh god.
Yes. Yes.
We don't like that. We don't like that at all. Ooh, that's fancy looking. What is happening?
I wouldn't.
What is happening?
Nice try.
Ooh. Oh god. Oh, ouch.
Nice try.
Staggered him. Do all the things. I should use this too. Good damage. Yeah, a little bit. I am. Well, that didn't work out. What is all that? Oh, here's this shit. Oh. to me. Thank you. Jeez. Oh, wow. Oh, Lord. Oh, you're dead now, buddy. You are dead now.
Mythos.
Dun, 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 dun. Phew. That was fun. Pretty fun fight, actually.
The vessel is strong.
Yeah, I don't know why you were talking shit earlier.
My liege.
I guess that takes care of that guy. Wow.
Clive!
Thought we were gonna see more of him.
You're all right.
As are you, I see.
We are, yes.
I'm sorry, but we couldn't save them.
It was over before we arrived.
Aww.
Well, you did what you could. I fear we were all too late. What's wrong?
Nothing. I hope.
Is he gonna turn a Kashik? What the hell? Is that Barnabas?
Leaving so soon, Mythos?
I was, yeah. So, toodles.
It's the king.
Indeed. You may kneel before Barnabas Tharm, Warden of Ash and King of Waloed.
Get back.
Man, one arm behind his back. Is that like a...
Wild and impetuous. I expected more of the boy who bested my Lord Commander. Yet I see why my master covets you so. The power within you, Mythos. The potential.
Stop calling me Mythos.
But Mythos is everything. The cornerstone of all creation. The Lord's vessel. Your purpose.
My purpose? To surrender my mind and body to that thing. No, Your Majesty. My purpose is my own. I made a promise to my friends, to my people. And nothing is going to stand in my way.
You would allow this delusion of free will to bar your path to greatness? Truly, your volition is a cancer. One that must be excised.
He dropped his sword. sword looks a lot scarier, yeah. Oh shit, here we go. Music's getting intense. Oh god, don't hurt. Don't let him hurt our friends. Oh shit, Clive got fucked up. Guitar going off.
All the rest.
Joshua!
Oh shit. Oh shit. Here's Shiva.
Oi! Oi! This way! Hurry!
Torgal's bringing our sword. Torgal. He's like, you forgot this, Clive.
Power beyond reckoning. And they use it as a crutch. Such a waste.
Hello? You can't just do me dirty like that. What happened?
Will he be all right?
The phoenix can mend flesh, but the spirit must recover on its own. I'm afraid the rest is up to him. This place is remarkable. Outfitting it must have been no small feat. But why go to such trouble?
That beauty's belly's filled with wonders the world ain't ready for. If the guilds caught wind of what we were up to, they'd all want a piece. All right?
And how is he?
Where's Jill?
Do not blame yourself. He was barely breathing when you brought him here. We would have lost him if it were not for you.
No. Barnabas may have severed nigh every sinew in my brother's body. But he made certain the wounds were not fatal.
Nigh every sinew?
Allow me, your lordship. Don't know what I was thinking, putting you to the trouble like that.
'Tis no trouble carrying comestibles to my ailing nephew.
I know, but you've already done so much for us. Pouring your gil into the hideaway and now the ship. I don't want to take the piss.
You risked your life. And for what? Some girl you hardly know. Why'd you do it? You not mad or something?
I wouldn't go that far.
Clive!
You're awake, my boy. Oh.
All I want to do is help. And the world won't save itself. It was Sid. Your father, who taught me that.
Sounds like him.
Don't you dare do that again.
What of the royalists?
Fucked off, the lot of them, along with the galleon. With the king on board, no doubt. Behind here, I wouldn't sail without him. Clive. Jill didn't come back.
What do you mean?
She kept the king busy while the others dragged you out.
It's all right, Mid. Jill is fine.
The ether of her icon endures. And as long as it does, we can be certain she is alive.
We must pursue the Black Galleon. Jill will be with the king, I'm sure of it.
Well, good luck catching him, because my ship's going nowhere. It's the Mithril engine. She's got a kick like a wild chocobo and a mind to tear the hull in half.
But you have an idea.
Well, of course I do. My dad'll have seen this coming a league off. If I had his old writings...
If you had his old writings, you'd be sitting under a fuckload of rubble. The ones Otto didn't save anyway. I suppose he might still have a few pages in his stores.
We'll have to hope it's enough. Do what you can to ready the ship. I'll speak with Otto.
In your condition, you really are mad.
Perhaps. But the world really won't save itself.
So, Clive said that... I don't remember the exact phrasing, but he said Sid, and what he meant was like Sid as well as your father, not Sid is Mid's father, right? Because the way that was worded was quite... it didn't seem very clear to me. And I don't remember her... I don't know. I don't remember stuff. Sid is her father. Is this the first time we knew about this? No? Oh, where did I go wrong? It was said before. They mentioned it early on. But before we met her though, right? So like if they mentioned like shortly after New Hideaway. Yes, I am just now either I knew and I forgot, or I just never picked up on the clues. I know it's an important detail. Yeah, I probably just forgot. Hey, Mako. Whoops. I probably just forgot. I mean, to be fair, there's a lot going on. We've been playing this game for a while. Hey, Ratmus. You don't think her name is mentioned before you met her? Well, Sid does rhyme with mid. Mid's importance is more subtle than it needed to be, considering Clive, Joshua, and Barnabas all know a lot about her. Well, I feel like her introduction was really strange. Yeah, I feel like her introduction was very sudden. I was like, who the hell is this person, you know? Like, they were just like, it was like everybody knows her except me. And if they mentioned that Sid's daughter's name is Mid before I knew her, then I probably just, the name just slipped right out of my mind. Like, you know? Whoa, God, fuck. Can you open the door, like, quietly?
That's all.
Okay. Hold on a second, guys. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Sorry about that. So, it's not like I shouldn't feel bad for being a little bit confused about that, right? I shouldn't feel super bad, maybe just a little bit bad. That I didn't catch on about Mid being little Sid. Okay, well, interesting. Definitely not okay. How you doing today, Ratmus? Did you think Joshua bowing to Mid and calling her my lady was weird? I thought he was just being charming. I don't know. Hi, Atma. Hi, Vic. A Song of Hope.
Right. Gav said that Otto might know something.
Cole said it was an army of Akashi.
New crafting recipe. And new missives. Okay, let's check those out first. On our own terms. I regret that both you and the lump had to get all tangled up in the wicked weave of my sordid past, but thanks to your meddling, I was finally able to put to rest matters that were left too long to fester. And with that finally done, might be I can sit back and enjoy this new world of yours you're so keen on creating. One don't need a pair of eyes to see the good you've done. Karen. I like that. One doesn't need a pair of eyes to see what good you've done. It's a very nice sentiment. What do we have here? Can I craft a sword?
What's that for you, dear?
We can get a rune blade. +1. Which is stronger than our current thingy-mabobber.
Not bad, if I do say so myself.
I'll take it. Ooh, we can craft a rune belt +1 as well.
No scratches, right?
And we can also craft the rune crescents. We still can't craft this son of Ouroboros. But this will do for now.
A good while.
Would we be able to? Yes, we can upgrade.
You can thank me later.
Well, I need another sanguine insignia to get another rune blade +1.
Yeah, that should do you. You can thank me later. No scratches, right?
Oops. I guess it's fine.
Yeah, that should do you.
Hold on, we're just upgrading some stuff real quick here.
No scratches, right? Yeah, that should do you.
Alright, did I do that right? I don't know if I did that. I have 3 rune belts plus 2. Whoops. I thought I was upgrading the same thing over and over. Like, upgrading it, not crafting another one. Okay. That was confusing. That was a bit confusing. Well, you need to get like a rune belt plus 1 to do a rune belt plus 2, but I thought I needed like another rune belt plus 1 to get a rune belt plus 3. But I guess there's no rune belt plus 3 option. I don't know why I thought there would be. I mean, it would make sense if there would be. But a lot of things about this crafting just don't really seem to follow what I feel like it should be, I guess.
Let me tell you a story, Clive.
I just wanted to sell some shit, but okay.
Them rumours wet legs were spreading. Might be they weren't just tales plucked out of thin air. You see, there were a time when I weren't too particular about who I sold steel to, so long as they paid me the right price. Some women lust after blood, others after flesh, but me, I were always one for gold. And to satisfy that lust, I sold to opposing armies, stabbed my every client in the back, made myself the most hated woman in the twins. But then one day I met a man who made me a different kind of offer.
Sid?
Said he'd give me access to a realm-wide community of like-minded individuals in constant need of steel and sundries. On the condition I sold to him and his alone.
Was that the first time you met Sid?
Aye. And I fell right into his damn trap. He was true to his word, so I ended up being true to mine. And I soon started making the best profits I've seen since taking up the trade. And all without aiding or abetting any outlaws. Except Sid himself, that is. Told me about his plan to topple the mother crystals, you know. Said that with them gone, the realm would want for all manner of things. An opportunity for the likes of me to mint gil. Why, I reckon an enterprising individual could find himself the richest dam in the twins. And that's when he had me. I emptied my stores that day and moved into the hideaway proper. And the rest, as they say, is ancient bloody history. A dozen years on, and I'm still not the richest dam. Not for lack of trying, mind. But I can say that I have never been happier. You've all shown me there are some things more precious than gil.
That there are.
So don't you go messing it all up. Or you'll have me to answer to.
Okay. Alright. So that life is behind her. 12 years. 12 years behind her.
Still alive, are you?
Ask about Goots?
That great lump.
Why, he's gentlest, most dutiful soul I've ever had the pleasure to meet. He might not be the brightest crystal in the crate, but he's got a good heart, and I'd far rather have an honest fool working for me than a clever scoundrel. He never shirks his duties, never answers back, never dips his fingers in the coffers. No, I won't hear a bad word about him, though I might say a few myself. The lad's even got Blackthorn teaching him the secrets of smithing now, so I'm keeping my one good eye on the forge. If that blowhard of a blacksmith should even think about doing Goots down, we'll be having words. Alright, so I have some reinforced stuff that I need to sell here. We'll start with the Excalibur. I've got a bunch of rune belts. Won't be needing those. Guess we'll get rid of the Dragon Slayer's belt as well. The Dragon Slayer's bracelets. Get some money. Temporarily Berserker Ring. Oh, when did I get this? Temporarily increase attack proficiency with each precision dodge. Ooh, I think I want to put that on. Let's see what we have here. Some gill bugs or anything.
I'll be thankful you got that much.
I guess we could start
You
buying
got
some of those music scrolls. Let's purchase some potions.
It'd better all be
Eye
here.
potions.
You're rubbing me blind, you know.
Let's get this one. Night
I'll
terrors.
find a better price than that.
Okay. I think I could afford all of these.
You're rubbing me blind, you know.
Mm-hmm.
again. Oh, don't. I'm not much bothered either way.
Which song should we listen to?
I will tell you. We shall listen to... some of our new stuff. Oh, I love this one. Is this the version? There's like different versions of this tune. This is like my favorite song in the game so far. Yep. Let's see what else we have. And then I'm gonna put it on this. Into the mire. Reminds you of our time with Sid. The first like little adventure we went on with Sid was into the Great Woods with that music playing. Oh, this is a good one too. Good soundtrack, right? A good soundtrack. Lots of good stuff. This is a good one too. Betrayal. Let's see what this is. Some of these don't seem like they're super pleasant. Betrayal, night terrors. But very fitting. Very fitting for some of the darker times of the story, for sure. Night terrors. Nailing it. Heck yeah, he did. This one's too spooky for me.
Who's that sulking over there by the lift?
Said her name was Yote. A friend of Sid's, you think?
Oh, Yote's here?
Lord Marquis, you seem unwell.
Oh right,
I know
we
His
sent her
Grace
here.
has asked that I remain here with your people. But if you were to require my services, I could leave for the Free Cities at once. Lord Marquis, you seem... I know His Grace has asked that I...
Forgot this is where we sent her to go. Okay, speak with Otto. Let's speak with Otto. Oh, we've got new hunts. Let's check on this lady. You have an eye for someone new?
Master Sid, have you seen His Highness the Prince? We were to dine together, or so I was going to suggest. Before he vanished, that is. I suppose now I'll just have to ask the bard.
The prince? You talking about Joshua or who's the prince? Oh, Dion. Oh, right. He's in the... Listen to this song. I love it. I love this song. What do you have for me? 1. We could do 1. It's an A rank. The Dread Comet in the Sickle, Dalmekia. Are we able to travel right now? Or are we blocked off from doing... Oh, we can. Oh, how nice of you, game. How generous. So nice. The Sickle. The Sickle. What's Titan's Wake? Ooh. Oh, the Sickle right here. You learned to play a part of this song on the piano? Yes. I don't want to fight you. I just want my 10 gil. Thank you. I need this 10 gil. I need to go hunt a bird. Leave me be.
Come on. Run like the wind. Time to fight.
Straight on. Straight on. War Panther. Oh boy. Leave me be. I have no quarrel with you. Yeah, there's enemies all over this damn place. Where are we going? Oh, the Sickle. Right through here.
Straight home now.
We better save, huh? The Sickle. I wonder if it's down here. Might as well get back on the bird. Might still be a ways away yet. Yeah, I'm gonna assume it's down here.
No holding back.
Don't mind me! Leg eater. Are we there yet? Almost. Are we here? Oh. This doesn't look like it. This doesn't look like it.
Thanks, Gal.
Well, shoot. What's up here? Whole lot of nuttin'. Oh, there's a chest. Jump for joy for the chest. Okay. Maybe it's in here? Strange. You did say the sickle, right?
Let's go.
I'm not losing my mind. I'm not making shit up. Where's my board? Boyd.
Time to fight.
Check this tiny little alcove here, but I doubt. Well, I mean, it looks like a bird. Be in a small little arena. No, not here. These are just goblins. Leave me be. I'm lost. I don't know where I'm going. Leave me be.
All right.
Where am I going? How the fuck? Every time. I always go the wrong way. All right, here we are back at the sickle. There you are. That's the colors of like a parrot or something. Or a macaw. What bird is it that has those like exact colors? There's probably more than one bird that has colors like that.
Something tells me it won't be easily broken.
Oh my god. Ugh. Get up, get up, get up.
There's a good boy. Too slow.
Shit. Alright, so we've beaten some rank S's, but we don't want to take this guy too lightly. Rank A is still going to be quite a challenge. What do you have there? Let me have some. Oh, yeah. Dude. Got nachos. The fucking cheap kind. Cheap ass nachos. It's the best. This is the best kind of nachos. Like that shit you get at the movie theater. That fake ass cheese. Some jalapenos. The stupid circle chips. Hell yeah. Oh my god. Man. A plastic cheese. Every time I see a movie, I get nachos, jalapenos. What, you want your nachos back? And Junior Mints. That's all. No. I'm not big on popcorn. If you eat popcorn, if you get popcorn, I'll eat some, but I never order popcorn. Thank you. Making a mess right now. I'm gonna have one more and then you can have it. Wait! It's time to take a break! I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna eat some nachos. BRB. Okay, I'm back. I'm back and full of nachos. Wow. Wow. Dude. Calm down. Okay. All right, we're back. That was like pretty good timing on Husbando's part. Coming with the food that I want. Well, when it's like 1 minute away from when I should be taking a break anyways. That doesn't happen very often. Usually he has the worst timing ever. Thank you, Mike. Okay, we're back. Let's do this. Fight this bird.
Nice try.
Oh, I didn't cook the berserker ring. Can I do that now? Or is that like an out of combat thing? Where is it? Did I not get it? Was this something I needed to buy or craft? I thought it was in my list of things to sell. Maybe it's way down. Maybe I've had it for a while. Oh, here it is. Berserker ring temporarily increases attack proficiency with each precision dodge. Oh, I can't change it while I'm in combat. Well, shoot.
That's better.
This thing doesn't even have a stagger bar or what? Oh my god, how many of these things do you need? Am I supposed to... Do we have to go cancel him out of this? Or does he literally just do it forever? Oh my god. Stop! Please stop! Please stop! Most annoying shit ever. Holy crap. Oh, what the hell? Outta here. I've had the Berserker ring for a while. Shoot. Either at the time when I got it, it didn't interest me, or I just didn't read what I got.
There was nothing I could do.
Okay. Well, it sounds really good. Let's try it out. Okay, I think it's back to the main story then. Let's go speak with Otto.
Cole said it was an army of Akashi.
How are we supposed to do our duty when the hills are crawling with Akashic and the valleys are full of ether?
That's a good question.
My men and I lost an entire day avoiding a flood that wasn't there a fortnight ago.
Will you be heading back to Canver soon? You let us know if you need an escort.
Good people here. Good people.
Clive? But if you're here, where the hell is everyone else? Don't tell me.
They're all right. But it's a long story.
You lot don't do things by halves, do you? Well, at least everyone's still breathing. Now, as for these writings, I'm sorry to say, Clive, but if you had those, you'd be...
Sitting under a pile of rubble, I know.
But we were able to save a few bits and pieces from the ruins, most of which ended up being used to build this place. The more personal items we gave to the next of kin. In the case of Sid's things, that would have been mid.
Then I'll check the workshop.
It's dangerous having this song here because I'm never gonna want to leave the hideaway ever again.
If Amber and the Lazarus do you think Lid's ship will ever sail?
This looks like it's from Sid's old diary. And you'll already have read it. I'd better keep looking. What do we have here? Oh. Sid's pipes. Something tells me Mid won't be needing these. I remember seeing this doll in Sid's cellar. I wonder if it was Mid's. Huh. What's this tucked inside it?
A riddle? Mididol, I know you like your riddles, so I reckon you'll appreciate this one. Of all my inventions, this one's the best, and so when choosing its place for rest, I recalled your opus, Daughter Dearest, and now it sleeps there in the first. Daughter Dearest, and now it sleeps there in the first. I'm going to have to work on that last rhyme. Good luck. It sleeps there. Recalled your opus.
Sid's best invention. That sounds promising. So So Sid hid something in Mid's first opus. What would that be? Perhaps Otter might know.
I don't know what the word opus means, actually. But I'm guessing it means like her first creation or invention, or first thing she made by herself, or something like that. Great opus is greatest creation. Her first great creation.
Well, did you find anything?
Possibly. You wouldn't happen to know what Mid's first opus was?
Opus? That girl's as tone deaf as a banshee. Unless you mean the orchestrion. She couldn't have been more than, what, 11, 12 when she cobbled that thing together? It surprised us all. Not least her dad. You should have seen how proud he was of the little scamp. What's that battered old box have to do with anything?
I think Sid may have hidden something inside it.
Wouldn't surprise me. Those two and their bloody treasure hunts. Half the things in the hideaway were hidden one time or another.
Something hidden in the orchestrion.
How are we supposed to do our duty?
I didn't break it. Well, I didn't break it.
What didn't you break?
Nothing. We didn't break nothing. We definitely didn't break the orchestrion.
What's wrong with it?
It's broken. Except when it isn't. See?
And you had nothing to do with this?
Nope, nothing. We just wanted to listen to all the songs at once. So we pressed all the buttons. Like this.
Don't do it again.
See?
All too well. All right, out of the way.
I'm trying to listen to my song. So, originally, opera is the plural of opus. An opera being a collection of multiple songs. Interesting. I did not know that.
Something caught on one of the gears.
Did you break it? Can you fix it?
No, I mean, yeah, yes. There. How about now?
You fixed it! Sid fixed it! He more than fixed it! Yeah, new music!
Huh. Never heard this one before.
They started playing when I removed this. Whatever it is.
Well, don't look at me. I can tell you it's important, though. Sid showed it to me once and said as much. Said it was the stuff dreams were made of. Let's just hope it's the stuff ships are made of as well.
Indeed. Let's see if we can make some dreams come true.
Hey, I was listening to that music too.
Just the two I was looking for.
Aye. Lose a patient?
Actually, yes. The Crown Prince just left.
Dion left?
Unless you've another word for stood up and walked off. Yes, left. He did have the decency to leave a message with Obelisk before commandeering one of his dinghies. Should we go after him?
No. We're not the Prince's keepers. He's free to do as he sees fit.
I'd rather he did so in bed. His wounds are nowhere near healed. Much like yours, I suspect. Otto told me what happened in Canver. What is it with this realm's princes and their aversion to rest?
Ask me when I get back. Though I may be sometime.
Then at least try to stay safe.
You got it, girl.
And if that fails, try to stay alive, eh?
Every moment I waste here, the further the flagship sails. I have to get back.
Okay. We can do that. Return to the ironworks. Let's do it. Wait. There are new quests. There are new quests afoot. Okay. Oh, this is another blacksmith quest. I can do this off stream, right? Or do you guys want to do this?
All right, Clive.
What now?
Told me you helped him out again. Tough for that. Speaking of which, I'm actually a bit,
Worried about him. And you want my advice.
afraid so. It's a bit of a funny one, this, but I saved this posh knob while I was out on a mission, and he gave me this flashy ring to say thank you. So, obviously, I show it to Blackthorn, thinking he'll be impressed, only for him to go white as a sheet and quiet as a curl instead. Try as I might, I can't for the life of me work out what could have got him upset like that. And seeing as how Blackthorn opens up when you're around, I thought maybe...
All right, let's
I'd
do
speak
it.
to him again. Well, I suppose there's no point leaving him to stew.
Cheers, Clive.
I'll be sure to pay him a visit as soon as I have a moment.
All right, I'll meet you by the forge then. You come along when you're ready.
All of them do on stream? Okay. I will listen. Whatever you guys say. What's up, Daryl? And hey, Jennings with an E. Made sure to finish every side quest you got before continuing the main story at this point. Yeah, so they're a bit tedious to do on stream, some of them, though. Some of them. A streamer. I try, you know, sometimes I listen to you guys. Not all the time, but sometimes. Most of the time I do. I want to say.
Bloody hell, Clive. Not this again.
I'm back.
You've got better things to do with your time.
Apparently not.
That remains to be seen. August tells me he showed you a ring, and that the sight of it clearly upset you. Would you mind telling us why?
Come on, mate. Bottling it up ain't gonna help no one. If it weren't the ring, and it was something I said, then I'm sorry.
It was the ring, right? It brought back some unhappy memories, that's all. Memories better left forgotten.
Memories of what?
There are things we'd all rather leave behind, Blackthorn. But sometimes it helps to talk about them.
And sometimes it doesn't. Is that so hard to understand?
Don't be like that.
Fine.
if it'll get you off my back. That ring you flashed was the work of Zoltan. We apprenticed together back in the day.
You've never mentioned him before.
Why would I? Ain't seen him in decades, and the last time I did, we almost came to blows. The ring brought it all back. I could tell it was one of his the moment I saw it. Bastard's improved, though. More than I thought possible. That thing's a work of art.
So it was a nice ring. Worth a few gil, maybe. What's it matter to you?
It matters because engraving metal's a nightmare, and I've got no bloody idea how he managed it. The fact is, I couldn't make anything even half that detailed.
So what? You're an armorer, not a jeweler.
Yeah.
I'm the Hideaway's master craftsman. I'm not stealing a living at some backwater village forge. My armor keeps you lot safe, and my swords keep you dangerous. As far as I'm concerned, every swing of my hammer's another blow struck in the name of our cause. So I put my heart and soul into my work.
Yeah,
because
is
the
that not enough?
Cursebreakers deserve better than second best. And I refuse to be shown up by the likes of Zoltan.
Very well. Why don't we go and pay him a visit? Learn his secret.
I doubt he'd be too happy to see me.
Then just this once. Make peace with being second best. Swallow your pride and focus all your energies on the task at hand. Keeping the Cursebreakers armed and armored. Provided you can do that, you'll hear no complaints from me. But if you can't, and it's going to distract you, we need to do something about it.
What'd you say, Blackthorn? You know he's right. And it's not like you'll be going alone.
All right.
Magic. So, where do you reckon old what's-his-name is then? Zoltan, was it?
In Dravozd, my old village. He won't have left. He's the chief.
Dravozd, eh? That rings a bell. Not far from Tabor, right? Just north of the fields of Carava. Got that, Clive? Meet us at Dravozd as soon as you can, yeah? And I'll make sure Blackthorn don't get cold feet.
Good luck with that. I'll see you there.
We're going to a new place? Hold on. I deselected all these quests and they just kind of got reselected. There we go. That's better. There we are.
You have my thanks. Without your medicines and your wisdom, Tabor would be but a shadow of itself.
It is the least we can do in return for your generous hospitality, my lord.
I don't think I've been in here yet.
This is the Requietry, an archive where we of the Undying collect and collate our findings. Fragments of Ultima's true nature surely lie buried within these pages. We have only to unearth them.
Oh, okay. Important work going on here. Lord Cyril. Acolytes stationed across Valithia reported a curious change in the primeval structures we have come to refer as monoliths following the fall of Drake's tail and the change in the skies. Allow me to present the preliminary findings of our archaeologians' investigations into those monoliths most near at hand. We were able to visually confirm the activation of the structure in the northern reaches of the Velcroy, but a sandstorm forced our temporary retreat. We will make a second attempt when the wind drops. In Dracos Deep, our team was able to make direct contact with the monolith. However, no further change was observed upon touching its surface, nor upon dealing it several stout blows with both fist and blade. Whatever the purpose of its activation, it would appear to be other than that of the defensive echoes we have encountered among previous relics of the fallen and their predecessors. We shall continue our investigations both on the monoliths proper and of any historical writings that might refer to them, and inform your lordship forthwith, should they produce any discoveries of note. May the Phoenix's flame burn ever in your heart. Tamaj, Second Order of Archaeologians. Oh, man. Those jalapenos are getting to me. First Order of Archaeologians, Dalmekian Wing, 53rd Monthly Report. Item 1. Further discoveries from our acolyte ensconced within the recently displaced mountain dwellers' remote settlement. The diminutive tribe's main village appears to be in receipt of regular deliveries of supplies from Hugo Kupka's Men of the Rock. On inquiring with the locals, it became apparent that they have the deepest respect for the one they call Lord Kupka, but whether he has merely bought their loyalty or if there is some deeper connection between the tribe and Titan remains unclear.
The Undying are not the only secret fellowship in this realm, you know. There are others, each working for their own ends. Why, not so very long ago, a society committed to discovering how one might cast magics without a catalyst was found to be operating throughout Valisthea. They were denounced as heretics, rooted out, and driven from our shores, never to be seen again.
Damn, it sounds like their findings could be very advantageous if they were able to find a way for everyone to do magic without a crystal. Alright, this is where we need to be getting to.
Beneath the flood, yes. Beneath a stone.
How are those new boots treated?
That's not right. This isn't gonna work.
How you pack that leather. Any creases or scratches will go.
Well, it's just me and the pup now. No Jill. No brother dearest.
The free cities under siege?
I think Torgal should get his own chocobo. Poor Torgal. I think he likes the exercise though. He probably has fun running around through the world. How would he ride one? I don't know. Just make it happen. That's someone else's job to figure out. If I say that Torgal needs to be riding a chocobo, then he needs to be riding a chocobo, and that's that. I just expect it to be done. Nice. So is this like the entrance of the village and we're never actually going to be able to go inside? Or maybe we go here later on in the story? I mean, I do see some buildings and stuff back there.
Kicked out already?
No. This charmer ain't letting anyone through.
Why are the gates closed?
Chief's orders. No one's allowed in without his say-so. Not that I'd have let you in anyway. You look like trouble. I suggest you go home.
That's what I'm trying to do, you little prick. Ain't changed a bit, have you, Snotty?
No. It isn't. Blackthorn.
Long time no see, eh?
What the hell are you doing here?
Well, it was meant to be a surprise, but since you are so nicely, I'm here to see Zoltan, you fucking numbskull. Now let us through.
Damn.
All right. Just don't go starting anything with the chief.
Don't go starting any
I
trouble?
won't throw the first punch. That good enough for you?
I think that's exactly what we're here for.
Go on then.
Much obliged.
Whole new little place to explore, huh?
So this is Dravosht. Not much going on, is there?
It's a smithing town. When I was a lad, you'd have to shout to be heard over the sound of hammer on anvil.
Sounds pretty quiet right now.
Clive, you're good with people. You speak to Zoltan.
Hey, you ain't backing out now, are you?
There's a river of bad blood between me and the chief. But if someone can build me a bridge, then I'll cross it.
As long as I don't have to lie.
See what I can do. I appreciate it. He'll be near the forge on the hill. It was our master's. He'd have inherited it when I left.
The forge on the hill.
Good luck. You'll be needing it.
Okay. Well, this is cool.
Wonder why Blackthorn and Zoltan fell out. Hammer envy?
Our master always liked to keep an eye on the village. That's why he built his forge up on the hill.
All right, I'm just gonna scope the place out first. Here's a little blacksmithing spot, but nobody working it. Here's another one.
If we can't fire the forges, how are we going to earn our keep?
Shut your hole. The chief will think of something.
Oh, is it because the mother crystals are gone, so they don't have fire?
I have some things for sale.
Ew, more music.
Certainly. Here you are. Certainly. Thank you.
Isn't there anything we can do to help? It doesn't seem fair, the menfolk having to deal with all this on their own.
I've started putting peas and pulses in the pot. They fill the same hole for a fraction of the price of meat.
Well, just like every other place in the realm, place is suffering as well. Oh, look at a doggy.
Mama, why hasn't Papa come back yet?
He's helping the chief with something very important. You go back inside now.
That's my obituary written then. The man who closed the doors on his great-grandfather's forge.
Oh, don't say that. It's not over yet. Let me help.
Oh man, none of them can do their blacksmithing. Well, I had never really thought about exactly how they how Blackthorn does it, but he obviously has fire.
Last us a few moons, at least.
Without the magic of the ether crystals. So maybe we could help these people out.
Hotter! Hotter, damn it! Those miserable flames wouldn't melt butter, let alone iron.
Pardon the intrusion. I'm looking for the chief.
That'd be me.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
I'll bet it is. Keep the gates closed, I tell him. Well done, Snotty. You're not welcome here. Get out. Before things turn nasty.
Blackthorn's here.
What did you say?
He's traveled a long way to see you.
Yes, has he?
He's waiting. Down by the gates.
Then I suggest you take him with you when you leave.
You look like you could use some help around here.
So what if we did?
Fuck! We're getting nowhere. These bearers' flames are next to bloody useless.
We're never going to be able to fire up the forges unless we can find some new crystals.
I'm a busy man, as you can see, so do me a favor and piss off. Oh, and if you're struggling to find your way out, ask Blackthorn. That prick knows exactly where the exit is. He's not wanted here, and neither are you.
All right. I'm going.
That didn't go well at all.
Please, Chief, you've got to do something. If this keeps up, we'll be ruined.
Alright, well. Since you guys are not hospitable at all, take some things for myself if you don't mind. Jerks. Or should I say, jerk?
But if we can't fire the forges, how are we going to earn our keep?
Shut your hole.
Let me guess. Zoltan told you to piss off.
Exactly, yes.
As a personal favor to him, yes.
Well, at least he didn't beat about the bush.
There'll be no talking him round. Not after what I did.
What did you do?
Which is what exactly?
Left when they needed
If we're
you?
to help, we need to know. What turned the village against you?
I left. Dravozd. Zoltan. The burden of leadership our dying master dropped in our laps. All of it. There are two kinds of smiths in this world, you see. My kind, who are in it for the love of the craft, who labour on a single piece from dawn to dusk to get it just right. And the other kind, who are in it for different reasons. People like Zoltan, whose work is quick and cheap. The kind of smiths who shit out a few hundred blades, reap the profit, and divvy it out among themselves. There wasn't a single day we weren't at each other's throats. And bit by bit, people started taking sides.
But didn't he build that exquisite ring?
So, I left.
You didn't have to do that.
Zoltan's a better chief than I would have been. His way of doing things kept food on people's tables. Dravozd prospered without me and my lofty ideals getting in the road. Until the crystals run out at any rate. Without magic to fire the furnaces, this place is as good as dead.
It depends on how you look at it, though. There's got to be other ways of making fire. We manage it in the Deadlands.
Yeah, so how do you do
Thanks
it?
to Sid's ingenuity, yeah. He saw all of this coming. Knew crystals were the problem, not the solution. And spent years coming up with ways of doing without.
Man.
You know what I mean, though, right? Where there's a will, there's a way. What I'm trying to say is that it's not your fault. You couldn't have predicted this.
It doesn't matter whose fault it is. I don't want to be the greatest smith alive just because I happen to be the last. Clive. Dravozd won't last long without its furnaces. So, do you think it's time we shared Sid's bellows with the world? The way I see it, it's your decision to make.
Well, we
Hold
took
on,
away
Blackthorn.
their crystals.
Sid made those things for us. They give us an edge over the rest. And you'd be throwing it away.
All right. Do it. This place was your home. I won't abandon it to its fate. Sid's creations were never meant to be hoarded. It was only ever a matter of time before we shared them. Let this be another step on the road to freeing Valisthea from the prison of the Crystal's blessing. Dravost will show the world that it's possible. Wouldn't you agree, August?
When you put it that way.
How do we make fire?
It's like hearing Sid speak from beyond the grave.
Thank you, Clive.
Shall I go and fetch the plans then?
I know I'm off by heart. I'll be needing some help though. Building a furnace isn't exactly a one-man job. Do us a favour and round up anyone strong enough to lug a brick or two with you, August.
All right then.
And I've got a job for you too, Clive. Finding me some salamander skin. I need leather for the bellows and nothing else will withstand the heat. Luckily for us, salamanders feed out in the fields of Carava.
Time for a spot of hunting, then.
That sounds good to me. I'll go hunting. You guys do the rest. I'll kill shit. You guys do the rest. Hi, Peter Wolfie. Welcome in. How far am I into the game? Have you beat the game before? I don't want to accidentally say too much. We have another thing that we have to kill out here too, so I might as well do both of them while we're here. I think it might be this dragon thing here.
Still plenty of fight in him yet.
Man, poor guy. He's taking a beating right now.
The sooner it's off my hands, the better.
And now for the desert salamander.
Let's make this quick, shall we?
There he be.
This won't be easy.
Oh, he moved. Oh, that's a different animation for my precision dodges. Is that because of my berserker ring? Interesting. Okay. So this like damage boost that I get from the ring, Maybe I should read the description again. How long does that last? Bum ba ba bum 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 ba bum.
I dare say that will be enough for a decent set of bellows.
Just for the counter? I don't know if I do the counter that often. I feel like I miss it a lot of times.
Good girl.
Somehow.
Fly, Ambrosia.
I feel like I miss it sometimes though. Sometimes I miss it. Like you have to attack like right away. If you accidentally press another button, I think you lost your chance to do the counter attack or whatever. Alright, I got my I got your salamander skin.
Some kind.
Any trouble finding the skin?
Nothing I couldn't handle.
This should be plenty. Right then, time to put these louds to work. If everyone pulls their weight, we'll be finished in no time.
Hey, we got
Well,
fire.
I'll be damned. I honestly didn't think it'd work. But it's hot enough, all right. And without a single crystal in sight.
You know what this means, don't you?
I do, yeah. Dravost is saved.
Yay, this makes me happy. Can you imagine being a blacksmith town and you can't even do your freaking blacksmithing?
I take back everything I said.
Well, he's quick with apology at least.
An honest to God's marvel. You saved our village.
It's Blackthorn you should be thanking. He oversaw the construction.
Give this to him, would you?
What is it?
Pet coal cinders. After he left, I spent years trying to eke the most out of our forges. That there was my answer. Chuck it in the fire, and your forge will burn hotter for longer, which will do wonders for your steel. Our secret for yours. Only fair.
Hey, good trade.
I've always envied Blackthorn. Since the day I became chief, I spent every spare moment trying to match up to the bastard. No amount of sleepless nights at the anvil will ever bridge that gap, though. He's a genius. Plain and simple. The man Dravost needed. But he took all his talent and left. Gifted and free. Is it any wonder I hate his guts?
The cinders would mean more coming from you.
I need to forgive him first. And that's not gonna happen.
Good enough.
Well, you know what they say. Oriflamme weren't built in a day and all that. These things take time. Especially when they involve two geezers who hold grudges tighter than their hammers. But what matters is, Blackthorn's got that twinkle back in his eye. And I'd call that a job well done.
So would I.
I reckon he's going to be at it a while yet, though, so why don't you head off without us? I'll see that the old git gets home safe and sound.
See that you both do. I'll save the cinders till then.
All right. It'll be a nice little surprise for him. He's still explaining the ins and outs of the new forge, so I doubt we'll be going anywhere for a bit. No sense you waiting around anyway.
These things are going to take some getting used to.
I guess we can't talk to Blackthorn again until we get back. And get back we shall. I have so many little quest markers on my map. I'm trying to like avoid doing them as much as possible right now, but I still feel like we barely made any main story progress. Can't skip them all though. Gotta do those bounties as well, the hunts, I mean.
Gentlemen, I see you both made it home in one piece.
Yeah, well, we didn't want to outstay our welcome. The whole village turned out for a go on the bellows after you left. Everyone except Zoltan, that is. Didn't see hide nor hair of him.
Oh, but that reminds me. I have something for you.
Hit coal cinder. Sooty black shards recently removed from the equally sooty black depths of the Dravaged mines. Scattering them over a fire produces a hot crimson flame, for which effect the substance has long been highly prized by desert fortune tellers looking to strike the fear of the inferno into their superstitious clients. Oh, so it's like that stuff that you throw into a fire and it's just like...
Pico Cinder. How'd you come by this? And you're sure he wanted me to have it?
I'm sure. He didn't say so, but I think he wants to forgive you.
Huh. Imagine that. Yeah. You know I could never leave this place, don't you? Every time you put on mail, you and the curse breakers are trusting me with your lives. There's no greater honor for a smith than that. I'm not about to go crawling back to Zoltan for forgiveness, but I will make good use of his cinder. And if that helps save even a single life, then he'll have my gratitude. What was it you said he called me? Huh? A genius? And he spent sleepless night trying to copy me, did he?
Don't let it get to your head.
Get to work. I've got a reputation to uphold.
There you go.
See you back on form, Blackthorn.
I don't know how you pair put up with me sometimes, but I'm grateful all the same. Now, where was I? Oh yeah, about to put Zoltan back in his place.
Ain't got the art to tell him how similar they are. Stubborn bastards.
A little healthy competition should be good for him.
You're not wrong. Still, it's a shame him and Zoltan couldn't let bygones be bygones. No use grumbling about it now, though. Blackthorn's happy. Or as near to happy as he gets. And that's good enough for me.
Nice, nice. Ouroboros Design Craft. A belt to end all belts. Sounds good. Can I get it? Can I make it? Do I have the required materials?
Trouble with your gear, or... So, what'll it be?
No, I need a stone tongue. Well, shoot.
Anything else?
I don't know where to get these things.
He's a surly soaker.
Alright, should we do this one on stream too?
The realm's crops are all...
Means it's gotten from killing a monster on the hunt board. Well, I guess we haven't fought those monsters yet. Hi, Nigel.
Sid, do you recall the flowers I had you bring back to the yard?
Vaguely. Is something wrong?
I'm afraid so. I was able to get most of the Morganbeards to take root, but they rarely flower. I fear the soil here does not agree with them. However, I believe I have a solution.
I can't wait to hear it.
I'm going to marry the Morganbeards with Morbles. I know, but hear me out. Morbles are possessed of a highly choleric temperament. The fire which drives them appears to be maintained by an abundance of nutrient-rich ether drawn from their environs. I believe that by grafting a Morble vine to a Morganbeard, the appendage's wealth of vigor-inducing nutrients might well stimulate the flower to bloom. The endeavor, I assure you, is scientifically sound. I simply need a vine to prove the theory.
We gotta go find a Morble?
And all you need is a single vine from an ordinary Morble.
That is correct. A single vine. As for the Morble, I fear ordinary may not suffice.
I was hoping you'd say that.
As luck would have it, a most extraordinary specimen is rumored to haunt the swamps of Rosaria. Why, a notice concerning this very creature was only recently posted on the hunt board.
It's a hunt board, Max. We have to do it.
Well, I shan't keep you any
on
longer.
Stream.
I know you have much to do, as do I. Now, where did I put my watering can?
And there's something that I've been wanting to craft that uses a material from a Morble, so I'm guessing this will give me what I need. That piece, anyways. Hey, Steve. How are you doing? Hey, Zonixis. Welcome in, you guys. How you been? How's everything? You guys are having a great evening, or what time is it? Is anybody have daylight happening where they're at? Or is it all kind of nighttime for us? Let's go to the hunt board.
If it's knowledge you seek.
Oh, I can hand in a quest. You're right, but I don't remember who gave me the quest. This one, return to number 3. Okay. Yeah, we'll do that on our way then. Good idea. It's 10:30 a.m. where you're at, Region? Sunset, Steve. Sunset? Really? Actually, it's still light outside for me too.
Paul said it was an army.
It's 7:38.
What will happen to
The sun hasn't set yet. Yeah. It feels later than it is, I guess. Me. I have not played Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. I have also not played Breath of the Wild. I actually played my first Zelda game very recently, earlier this year, which was A Link to the Past. So I want to go through some more Zelda games. But the next one I want to do is Ocarina of Time, because I played it when I was a kid. That's why I say, like, Link to the Past is my first, but not really. But kind of. I don't remember Ocarina of Time very well, but I would love to play that one. Replay that one and then go to whichever one next. I don't know. Let's ask about Morble sightings. I hear your brother isn't a fan of carrots, Kupo. If every carrot of Rosaria is anything like the one that just got posted on the board, I can see why, Kupo. Alright. The Morble is called Carrot? Oh my gosh. Hiccup. It's only a B rank? Lame. Okay, the Whispering Waters, Rosaria. Let's go get it. Let's turn this in real quick. We might as well. Are you saying carrots are my natural enemy? Because they are my allies.
Here's your hide, as requested.
I worried you might never return. Quickly, let me see it. Clear drawing.
I think we skipped through the dialogue, kind of, on this one. You only liked cooked carrots. Raw is a hard pass. I like cooked and raw carrots. You kind of want me to play Skyward Sword first? Well, maybe someday I'll get around to that, but I really want to play Ocarina of Time. Want to return to that one. For sure. Okay, where's our little plus sign? Oh no, wait. That's not what we were doing. We were doing... Oh shit, where did it say for me to go again? I forgot. I forgot what it said. Oh, if I see it, I might know. Does anybody... Can someone remind me what the place was called? Shit, I don't see it. They said Rosaria. Ugh. I done fucked up. Whispering Waters? Oh yeah, something like that, right? I don't see anything about Whispering Waters anywhere. To you guys. Is there any path that I haven't... Oh, here, Whispering Waters. Found it! Thank you, Max. Very helpful. Sounds good. Yeah, are you a big Zelda fan, Zon? Have you played all of them? What do you think about A Link to the Past? I struggled a lot in that game, but it was really fun. Definitely a classic game.
You're finished.
One that can stand the test of time. Definitely a timeless game. The sound, the music, the graphics, they'll never be bad. You subscribed to me on Patreon? Oh, where did you find me from? It's marble hunting time. Here's Carrot. Oh, Elden Ring. Nice. Nice.
Alright then.
Well, I'm already face first in the mud here. Alright, let's do our thing. Get that carrot. losing a lot of HP for some reason. What? Wait, what? Oh, wrong button. Oh my god, I'm so dumb! Where do you think you're going? Aw, lame. Yeah! Oh, I'm standing in something. Oh, that's probably what was going on. I forgot. He puts this shit on the arena. Ooh. Get up, get up, get up.
There's a good boy.
Oh my god. I don't know what even happened to my health. For rank B, he's pretty tough, actually. Come on, guys. Come on, carrot. Oh, he's staggered. He's staggered. He's staggered. Oh. Sorry, buddy. This is goodbye. This is goodbye. It's Morbin time. Got the marble flower.
That was definitely anything but ordinary.
Oh, sorry.
Let's get this vine back to the yard.
Didn't mean to cut you off there, Clive. Most carrot-phobic game. Yeah. How dare they? Let's see. Where's this guy again?
He's a surly soaker.
Oh, he's over. He's down here. Because they keep tracking quests that I don't want them to track. Jeez. That sounds really good, Soul Blazer. Where'd he go? Oh, he's right here.
Sid, I can't help but notice that your satchel is twitching in a most violent manner.
Here. It's your problem now.
What an amazing specimen. The flesh positively throbs with vitality. If I can successfully graft this to the Morganbeards... When I successfully graft this to the Morganbeards, I suspect the results will be immediate. I shall begin at once.
Cheers! Jolly good show. Oh, sometime later. Well, look at that. All kinds of flowers.
It is just as I hoped. Witness how the Morganbeards have taken to the blighted soil. How they bloom with heretofore unseen vigor. Why, I dare say such a vine graft would yield similar results when applied to other specimens as well.
I'm glad I could be of assistance.
You've not only helped us, Sid, you've saved us. Do you recall the extract with which I provided you before? I took a moment to distill some more, but this time with the petals from the invigorated Morganbeards. And would you believe? Its potency has nearly doubled. You must accept this vial as thanks for your assistance. The rest, I shall give to Taya.
What a pretty little place they have here. Invigorated Morganbeard extract, necessary for further increasing consumable potency. Oh, okay, it's a what? Wait, do I have to equip it or not? I guess not. Further increasing the potency of consumables. Now restore more HP. My tonics last longer. Nice. Azan, thank you for the sub. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'm super glad you're here. Have you played Final Fantasy 16, Zon? Are you into Final Fantasy at all? And hey, Karziatum. How am I liking the game so far? I like it quite a bit. You're glad you bought this game? Me too. I really enjoy it. Guys, I don't know if we have time to do any more main stuff. Sadly.
If it's knowledge you seek.
So, I guess we'll just blow through some of these side stuff real quick. You got the platinum? Oh, nice. Final Fantasy, it's not your game? Well, that's okay. What other games do you like besides, like, Souls games? Hey, we play a lot of different stuff around here. So... I dip my hands into a little bit of everything. Kind of. Not really.
Let me help. I know my letters.
Lawsman Harpocrates, I've come to pick your brain if you don't mind. It's about the
I'm just gonna read the dialogue
Valicia,
and skip through the voices a little bit.
One of my favorites. The young man did a wonderful job with the Chance's stew. I do hope...
That's actually why I'm here. I don't suppose you know where I might find skyworm liver.
So the
I was just gonna do this stuff off stream anyways, just that we have a little bit of time left, but not enough to do any more main story stuff, sadly.
Now, skyworm is a somewhat antiquated name for the wyvern.
Dragon livers. How very Sambraquois.
One would have thought.
We're gonna go hunting?
The disciples of Bahamut would have a touch more reverence for their icon's brethren, but apparently not. I believe the specific dragon the recipe demands is the blueback wyvern. said to be the very color of the sea beside which it resides.
So we know where to look for our liver. But what about the drake's mint?
A blue wyvern?
Saint's bonnet, in contemporary parlance. A herb which grows along the North Reach coast. I gather that one can locate the cheerful yellow flowers by their heady scent alone. So I'm sure you'll have... I may add that people once believed game was best served with the flora that sustained it in life. In which regard, fried mortress of skyworm is undoubtedly a typical dish of the time.
Meaning that if I find one, I find the other. To Northreach, then.
Best of luck, Clive. And do save me a bite once the dish is complete.
Okay. This seems like it could be a fun little thing to do. It looks like there are also some quests that I haven't picked up still, maybe. Some new things. Like this is means it's a new one, right? Oh, Lost Wing. Oh, we'll do this. We'll do this at the start of tomorrow's stream. There's something new at Martha's Rest. There's something new. There's something. Oh my god, why are there so many freaking side quests? Okay, so you guys were saying that towards the end of the game, like a bunch of side quests open up. Is this what you guys are talking about? Or is there like another section of the game later on where a bunch of side quests open up? At one time. Because holy hell, this is one of those times, so there's more. Okay, oh boy, okay. Alright, let's do this.
Nothing like a little unrest.
Alright, well, if some of these side quests are ones that,
There were ghosts at the gate,
aren't important to do on stream, like they're not... They don't have like a really interesting story or character development or anything, I can probably do them pretty quickly if I kind of skip through the dialogue a little bit. That would help us to be able to beat this game in a timely manner, and I can do some of these on stream because I might have trouble doing them off stream. What's the next game after Final Fantasy? The next game after this is going to be a game that I'm gonna assume, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you don't really know too much about, or maybe have never heard of before, Zahn. But it is I, the Somnium Files Nirvana Initiative. So earlier this year, I played the first I, the Somnium Files game, and I freaking loved it. So we're playing the sequel to that after this. And we're gonna be playing Armored Core 6 when it comes out. So those are the next two games. Oh, have you, Milo? Is that so? You'll be lurking since you plan to play those games? Yeah, Soulblazer, you definitely should. You definitely should. I love that game so much.
This must be our wyvern. All right, let's get this over with.
Well, I don't think this guy stands much of a chance. It's Mr. Clive Rosfield here. Look at us go. Staggered again. My shit hasn't even come back off of cooldown. You still think that the end of the first Isomnium game was very anticlimactic? Really? I didn't feel that way at all. I thought the ending was amazing.
Now I just need to find the herbs. Bright yellow with a heady scent.
What? Give me that shit.
I think that's everything Molly needs to resurrect her recipe. Better head back.
Personally, I'm not really interested in the Monster Hunter series as something that I would play on stream, or maybe just in general. I did play Monster Hunter... What's it called? Monster Hunter Ultimate? Monster Hunter... I don't know. Whichever one was on the... I think the Wii U? Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate? I don't know. Anyways, I tried that on stream. It just wasn't clicking with me, so... Not try. I had a Wii U. I still have a Wii U. Yeah, still have it. Isomnium Files gave us many amazing things, Wonka.
Which song should we listen to?
So, did you have that word with Tomes then?
I did, and he was as helpful as ever.
I got your shit. Now make me some
And
food.
what precisely will I be cooking up? Or is it better not to know?
Blueback wyvern liver. And, a herb known as Saint's Bonnet.
Ah, wyvern livers, was it? Now then, you stay right where you are. Let's hope these grand old chefs of yore knew what they were on about.
I don't think I like liver.
And here we have it. Fried mortress of skyworm. If
Doesn't
Anne's
look
offered to make
super
sure it's fit
appetizing.
for consumption. Well, I say offered. He as good as begged.
And rightly so. Is there any higher honor than partaking in a slice of culinary history?
I like this guy. Oh gosh. That did not sound good.
So, not fit for consumption then.
What witchery is this? The crackle of the crust gives way to an almost violent richness. Yet it is the piquant kiss of the saint's bonnet that tames this savage dish.
So you have to have them together.
A force of nature even. A maelstrom of flavor and sensation. A graceful beast emerging from centuries of slumber.
I think he likes it.
Well, I can't quite tell with all that nonsense he's talking. But I reckon you might be right. It was decent then, I take it.
Decent? It's remarkable. And I defy any man to say a word to the contrary. Sid, might I suggest that you command a party of your finest men and women to procure a dozen blueback wyverns forthwith?
I'll give it some thought.
What did that... Remember the guy in Tales of Arise, the culinary guy? He had like some kind of catchphrase, didn't he? About all the food. It'd be like, it's incredible or something. It's absolutely, positively something something. What did he say? What did that guy say? Ivan or Yvonne or whatever this guy's name is. He reminds me of that guy a little bit right there. But you know who I'm talking about, Doom. Okay. It is time for me to end, but you guys said that this quest was a quick one, I think. Exquisite. Thank you, Max. I knew somebody had my back on that one. Okay, so for this one we had to remember some inscriptions from 3 different stones. What do they look like?
So it's these stones to Canva and the rest of the boxes to Dalamil.
Are they those arches? Probably. Whoops. Yeah. This is it. I ain't writing shit down, Clive. You better remember. Guardians of the crystal, the first stones of Tabor. Sacred hold thy noble blood till ends the mother's labor.
No history would be complete without mention of the mother crystals.
That Cyril fella's an odd fish, don't you think?
An odd fish. Odd fish.
How are those new moods treated?
Zahn, what are you playing right now? Are you playing anything? Or do you just play Elden Ring over and over and over again? I'm sure you could do, like, you could get so many... Yeah, you, Zahn, you. I'm sure you could get, like, so many hours of playtime from Elden Ring if you just kept New Game Plus or, starting a new character and doing a different build. Wanderers of the Golden Plains, lay your roots in stone. With pride, recall thy noble past and make these rocks a home.
What golden plains might the wanderers have called home, I wonder?
I don't know, Clive. You figure it out.
That mark. You must be Lord Rosfield.
That's me.
A pleasure to make your acquaintance, my lord. I, too, am a member of the cause, though I spend most of my time hunting. For the good of the village, you understand. The soil is poor here, so the people sup mostly on meat and blood. The hides, meanwhile, they make into leather and then into gill.
Bunch of meat eaters, bunch of carnivores. Fortnite, Pokemon, and Elden Ring. Those are 3 very different games. How interesting. Children of the hunters, now tillers of the land, reap her promised blessing and give praise her gracious hand.
Farmers must have settled here in Tabor. I should speak to the old scholar before I forget everything I've read.
I already forgot all of it. Hopefully you got my back, Clive, because... Ooh.
The engravings were in good repair, considering their age.
Oh, what that I could have seen for myself. Come, don't tease me now. Let's start with the engraving to the south, shall we?
They're not going to quiz me on this, are they? Fuck! Guardians of the Crystal. Guardians of the Republic, the great good Mughal Guardians.
Guardians of the Crystal. The first stones of Tabor. I'm pretty sure that was
That was the only one I was paying attention to.
It would seem the founders of this city were descendants of those fallen charged with protecting the mother crystals. But whatever could have driven the Guardians so far from their sacred charges, I wonder? The engraving to the north is next, I think.
Voyagers of the Ashen Ocean, Wanderers of the Golden Plains, Riders of the Snowy Slopes. Well, I'm gonna guess, just like, you know, using my brains, it's probably not the Snowy Slopes because we're in a desert. So I'm gonna go with Golden Plains.
Wanderers of the Golden
I don't think
Plains,
there's any oceans around here.
With pride recall thy noble past and make these rocks a home. Or I think that was it.
no doubt you're right. There are vestiges of nomadic customs in Tabor. This is proving...
The final one. Children of the hunters, now sworn to serve the sun. Now tillers of the land, now dancing hand in hand. I think I remember something about tilling of the land, but I'm not really sure.
Children of the hunters, now tillers of the land. That's all three.
And so, we add primitive farmers to Tabor's founding people. 3 engravings. 1 for each of the 3 peoples to have settled Tabor in ancient times. Guardians of the Mother Crystal, wanderers from across the plains, and last but certainly not least, hunters turned farmers. Little wonder it was so difficult to trace the roots of Tabor's culture. Those roots reach down through 3 distinct traditions. Nonetheless, one cannot help but wonder why this fact is not better known among scholars, given that the stones stand here for all to see.
Too many stairs, perhaps.
Ha! Too many by far. Here, and thank you.
What a jolly old fellow. All right, cool. All right, I wonder if any more of these are going to be like really quick to do. Well, I have to accept some. I think there's only one left that we... Oh no, there, yeah, this one. Speak with the children of the atrium. I'm gonna try to knock this one out really quick. And then tomorrow we'll do Lost Wing, and then we'll look at the other quests to see which ones we want to do on stream. Hopefully not too many.
Paul said it was an army of
But we'll see. Or I mean, I guess if they are like not super important, we can just kind of skip through them. If we must. I have a ton of ability points. Oh yeah! I don't know that I need... Well, I might. I don't know.
What do you reckon we should do? I say we should just...
What's going on here? You guys breaking shit?
Sid! Hard at your studies, I see. And what is that? It's not a set of scales, is it?
No. Of course it isn't.
Well, not anymore, it's not.
And just how long hasn't it been one?
We're sorry.
But we didn't break them. We dismembered them.
Just like Miss Mididol showed us.
Miss Mididol? And why would she have you dismembering her creations?
Because that's the only way to become a ninja-neer.
Ninja-neer?
Miss Mididol said, the best way to see how something worked is to take it apart and put it back together again.
That's a pretty good impression.
Well then, your work is already half done. Carry on.
About that.
They can't figure it out.
The part was easy enough, but it's the putting back we can't work out.
Speak for yourself. The heavy thing goes at the bottom. Then...
You three need to learn to take responsibility for your actions. So let's have a look at these parts with fresh eyes, shall we?
Oh boy. Am I gonna become an engineer?
Everything here was once part of Miss Mididol's scales. Every piece has its own role to play, and each is just as important as the others. If even one of them is missing, the scales won't work. So let's think about what those roles might be. You already know one of the pieces. The body.
Which part will we inspect? The arm.
This is called the arm. Why do you suppose that is? It doesn't look much like an arm.
You're right. It looks more like a wing.
You've ridden a chocobo before, haven't you, Sid? Will you teach me to ride one day?
Get back on task.
I'll think about it. Now, what do arms do?
They hold things?
Hold things. So wait, maybe this arm holds things too?
Good thinking. You're on the right track.
The pans.
These round parts are called the pans. You all know what a pan is, don't you?
I do. Molly uses them in the kitchens to fry bangers.
Fry bangers?
These aren't for frying bangers, you idiot. They're for weighing stuff. But what if I wanted to weigh Gooch? I don't think he'd fit on that little thing.
Probably not.
Yeah, doubtful.
What are the chains for? Holding the pans up?
Well spotted. Which means something must hold the chains up in turn.
The gear?
This tiny piece is what's called a cogwheel, or gear.
I have. Miss Middledale's dungeon is full of them.
She puts them in all her inventions.
That's right. They're very useful when you want to make things move. Do you remember if there was anything on the scales that moved?
I remember the arm moved when I tried weighing an apple. And then somebody ate it.
It's not my fault.
We know what part's supposed to move and how it's supposed to move. So, let's put the pieces together first, see what doesn't move, and then stick the cogwheel to that.
Not a bad idea, is it?
You got this,
So,
kids.
Now that we've taken stock of the parts and learned what they do, what do you think?
I think we've got it.
Then here's what we'll do. You tell me what goes where, and I'll put the scales together.
Well, obviously you need to start with the body.
And the arms go on the body, and then the arms hold the pans by the chains.
Very good. Let's see if that works. There. All finished.
What about the gear?
Yes! We did it!
Well, with Sid's help.
Oh, I just put the pieces together.
That's right. We're Miss Middledale's hairs.
Her hairs.
Her heirs.
Yeah. Hairs for the future. She's showing us her secrets now.
What do you think, Sid? Are you almost ready?
With a little more help from Miss Middledale and Miss Shirley, I'd say it won't be long at all.
You hear that? It won't be long.
Until then, though, do try to be honest with Miss Shirley.
What about the gear? Did we put it on?
Hey, look.
Oh.
We never used the cogwheel.
Shut up, Bunny. We're getting to that.
Sid forgot about it. Do you?
Nope. I didn't. It's for you guys to figure out now. My work here is done. Speak with Shirley. Okay, Shirley.
If Amber and the Lazarus are gone.
Well, Dion's gone.
Master Sid, have you seen His Highness the Prince? We were to dine together, or so I was going to suggest. Before he vanished, that is. I suppose now I'll just have to ask the Bard.
Go eat with her, or about the prince? Okay, Shirley, where are you? Why are you so far away? I got burrito to eat and sleep to get. And comments to get to. I don't know how many comments are on my my new upload for Blade Runner, but it's a lot. And I was like doing some of them here and there. And somebody replied to somebody else's comment that I replied to, and he was like, "You didn't reply to my comment." It's like harassment. Get there when I get there.
I know my letters. Most of them anyway.
Hey, Taco Trucks, are you the one who commented on my video? Huh? Was it you, Taco Trucks? Was it you? My reaction to Blade Runner on my React channel, my new React channel. Have you seen Blade Runner before, Taco Trucks?
Well, did you solve the mystery?
I know it wasn't you. I was kidding.
The children had the scales, or the parts of them at least. They dismantled them to see how they worked.
Mm-hmm. The original.
Oh, no, Mid will have my head.
Thankfully she won't. This might even have been her idea, although I was the one who ended up teaching the lesson.
I'm so sorry, Sid. I shall see that the children are properly punished.
Please, there's no need.
Damn!
Mid seems to have taken the 3 of them under her wing. She's even calling them her heirs.
Hairs.
She'd
Her
have them
hairs.
follow in her footsteps. And her father's.
Aww.
I see. Sid, do you know why Mid has been spending so much time at the hideaway of late?
She told me it was because her studies have been interrupted by events in Canva. Is that not true?
No, it isn't. The university offered her a commission. In exchange for full tuition, room and board, they asked her to oversee the design of several new war engines. To anyone else it would be an opportunity, but to Mid, who lost both her parents to war, it was a bitter pill. One she was none too keen to swallow. But that should come as no surprise. She's only ever cared about bringing people hope. The very last thing war can be said to do.
Which explains her heirs. She's working to give them a better life. And so should I. What's the odd engineering lesson?
Oh, you've given them far more than that. And I'm sure they're very grateful.
That was a nice little end to that. Okay, taco trucks. I will be sure to curse you out when I finally get around to replying to it, if I do. Did you like the original, Taco? Are you a fan? I thought it was a fantastic movie. It might be my new favorite movie of all time. But I don't know if that's just recency bias or what. It just clicked with me. You know, some things just click with you and you can't really pinpoint why. It's just it massages your brain in like just the right way. I don't know how to describe it. What you got for me?
Help you today, Clive? Come to claim your just desserts?
What, Vic? That's how you are with Dune? Like, you just feel like this piece of media, whether it be a TV show, anime, movie, book, game, you feel like it was created just for you. Like, it's exactly, it's just like, it's I don't know. Did you get what I'm saying? Anyways, that's how I felt when I watched Blade Runner. I haven't watched 2042 yet. I'm gonna do that this coming week. I think I have some days off of work and that I requested a week, and I'm gonna try to get a bunch of stuff done, and hopefully I'll get around to watching 2042 as well. Dune and the Community. Well, I'm almost done with the first Dune book. And I could probably watch the movie and there's like a I think there's like the new movie, but there was a movie that came before that, I think, and like a TV series also. Hey Bart, you watched Blade Runner years ago, never rewatched it since? Oh, well, go watch my reaction. It'll kind of be like rewatching the movie. I watched the last Avatar: The Last Airbender. Yes, I'm still watching it. I just started season 2. Still watching that. I did watch the final cut. There's David Lynch, Dune, and a mini series. So those two things, do they cover like more than just the first book? I have a few Dune books, but I don't know like which ones I have. I just, everything that my dad had, I went through like his stuff, books and things, and I grabbed some stuff. Who's my favorite character in Avatar?
You earned this.
What is this?
All done?
I like all the characters. And it's really hard for me to pick a favorite. But I really like Sokka and Zuko. And then everybody else I also love. Almost the same. Iroh is great too. Iroh would be like next. Like those three. Those three. And then of course like Aang and Katara and Toph, you know. And Appa and Momo, and list goes on and on, but yeah. They're really strong characters in that show, which is one of the reasons why I really enjoy it so much. The characters really make it work for me. The world building and the story and the adventure and everything is great too, but the characters like really make it special. They're so well written. There's so much development. Their relationships with one another. I'm making names up. You've never seen Avatar: The Last Airbender taco trucks? What is wrong with you? Okay, what is this? Talisman of Priming. Increases Lionheart tonic duration by 30 seconds. Well, that sounds neat. I'm not going to use that, but that sounds neat. Okay. Well, I guess that's all the time we have tonight. We even went overtime. I don't think we're finishing this game this week. Probably sometime next week. But we don't have to rush it. Lilo! Thank you for the 12 months! A whole year! Hold on, let's go to the, let's switch screens here. Let's see that sweet alert. Are you guys excited to see Date again soon and everybody?
A whole year. Wow. First time I joined the brigade was watching you play Metro 2. Bunny tee hee ho.
Was Metro 2? Oh, interesting. I love the Metro series. I want more. I need more of those games. I want them to explore the dark ones further in the next game if they make another one. Hi, Grunt. You always come in here when I'm ending my stream. Not always, but too often. Unless you've been lurking. I don't know. Oh, guys, if I didn't have to wake up at freaking 4:30 in the morning for work, we could just keep streaming for another like hour or two. Like I could just go as long as I wanted. Could you imagine? Thank you, Kilimaro. Glad you were here tonight. Hope you've been well, Grunt. 24 hours stream when? Never. Oh, shut up, both of you. Bale, you too? No, you know my thoughts on that. Getting up at 4 for next stream. No, I gotta go to stinking work. I gotta go to stupid work. Never say never. Never say never, whatever you do. You guys know what that's from? It's over? Yeah. I've been streaming for 4 hours. I would stream longer, but I have to go to work tomorrow. Oh, you were quick on that one, Doom. You've been lurking through the 16 streams. This is fun. It's a fun game. Really cool. I like it. Alright, well, thank you guys for hanging out. Again, go check out the Blade Runner reaction if you could. Give it a like. Give it a put a comment in there. you know, say whatever. It doesn't matter. You could just put an emote, whatever. Try to get it picked up by the algorithm. So then maybe I, you know, eventually maybe I won't have to go to this stupid job. Type first, even if you're not first. Yeah, everybody just type first. Or just be like, Bunny Brigade represent! West Side. Alright, I gotta go. Thank you guys. We will be back tomorrow and the rest of the week, all the way through Friday to, we'll be playing Final Fantasy 16. So, 4 o'clock tomorrow Pacific time, 4 p.m. Pacific time. We'll try to get this loaded back up and we'll continue Final Fantasy 16. And that's about it. Thank you guys. It's all good, Max. It's all good. Go leave another comment. Thank you. Just kidding. All right. Bye, guys. See you. Love you. Can't wait to see you again tomorrow. Adios.